bum 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 bum. Hello. It's time for another entertaining day of suffering. Factorio. Ugh. Boop. Very cool, very good. Russell Brand charged with 2 new offenses, one of rape and one of sexual assault. Ah, it's so good, dude. So fucking good, bro. An AI video of Santa Claus deporting people. I don't think Santa Claus would deport people. I don't know. It's just a hunch, just a feeling that I got. I don't think Santa Claus would be the type of guy to randomly just deport people. It's time to finish off this planet. Or at least attempt to. Yeah, I did a little bit of work while off stream. So now we produce bullets. We're soon going to start producing tanks. Because we have to produce tanks. Actually quite a lot more than I thought I would. I do not produce enough engines, that is for certain. This is nowhere near enough. Which means I need way more activated carbon. Sir, I need a lot more engines. Yeah. can I somehow integrate the rest of this shit to over here? Probably could. Yeah, we probably could. Let's do that. And I can get more calciners, making more carbon. Huh. These are off. Fuck my life. We'll just leave that in case we want to continue expanding it. There we go. There should be about 30 engines per second. 29 engines per second. That's fine. We're going to siphon from over here for the carbon production. A little short. Quick fix. I'm gonna keep deleting every single time you say that, 5-Blitzer. I will. I'll do it. No mercy. Go. Ready for Christmas and a happy new year. I am ready to just exist. the stack size of a tank? Oh, okay. We can just do fasts. Oh boy, you bet. I sure am the life of the party. Okay, so tank. Engines and nickel plate will go on the same thing. Or honestly, we're just going to do a little of this instead, I think. Okay, we'll stick the reds and the millerite on one belt. And the other two will be stuck on the other belt. That'd be the engines and the gears. Perfect. Cleopatra. She's a nasty woman, folks. Nasty woman. Nasty woman. That Cleopatra. Very nasty. Julius Caesar, you mean? Cleopatra's one nasty woman, folks. Let me tell you, she can't be trusted. Well, we are now mass-producing tanks. And then they had a child. Ah, well, you know. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Tanks. Never would have thought there'd be the day where I'd have to start mass producing tanks. That's kind of annoying. What am I gonna do about science production? The fuck is this shit? They're laying down solar panels? The hell? No, said that was loud. Lovely. Everything murdered. Explosives, eh? Okay. We may have some issues. Some, though. Not many, but some. Lovely. Alright, well, it's time for some kind of a science production to get going. Landmines, huh? That's gonna be fun. Start putting those down. Uh, 4.8, 1.4 per second, 6. I can add another tranche. Like so. 22.2 per second. And that should be more than enough. All right. Lovely. Right, that's that done. Rocketry. Fun. Can't blacklist anything. Alright, that's going to be our main weaponry. In case enemies spawn, are these data collectors. We need these data collectors alive. For what exactly? Science. Hopefully this works. Let's turn this off. Turn these off as well. %, for data field. How far exactly do I want to go? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22. Flamethrowers. I need to make some gun turrets. Make this go by faster. That goes a lot faster. Alright, a couple more strongholds to take care of. Alright, that's this side completely cleared out. Now to go down here, clear out that side. All dead. Oh, Alec Gunter with a raid of 6 people. I appreciate that, bud. How is it going with you? Let me give you a shout out. Alright, Alec Gunter. You know, how's it going, gamers? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all that good stuff. Good to see you, Alec Gunter. I'm Da Rump. I'm a variety streamer. I play video games, well, like Factorio. And also, yeah, about politics online. How are we all doing this fine evening? Right now, I'm on a modded planet called Castra in Factorio. Did they just make a new fucking goddamn... Those bastards did. And there's a fucking flamethrower. That's hilarious. How much damage does this thing do? It does like nothing. That's funny. But right now, we are basically putting together science. So one of the gimmicks of this planet is that there's these data collectors. It's a post-apocalyptic planet, but there's this rogue AI that's still on the planet. And it produces something called battlefield data packets. And instead of normal pollution on this planet, it's instead called data emission. So Thank you, James with AG with AZ. I've been successfully rage baited. It's over for me. But basically, there's this planet. It's post-apocalyptic. Something happened. Whatever. Who cares? And there's these like buildings called data collectors. They spawn a bunch of different resources on this planet, mostly for helping you like get off the planet. But more importantly, we want something called the battlefield data packets, because we can use those to make... Well, you can use them to make circuits, but that recipe's kind of shit. You don't really want to use that recipe. Otherwise, you just want to use them to make science. And so, basically what I'm doing right now is I am getting rid of all of the other outposts around. I'm going to be extracting battlefield data packets mostly from around here. Bringing them to over here. And then, I don't know, dealing with the trash as... well, appropriate. For now, it looks like I have to do more killing. I need to clear out more and more of these data collectors. Well, we've cleared out a lot of them, but we still have more to clear out. A Factorio mid. I can't believe you'd say Factorio was mid. SMH. Alright, all dead. Alright. Clear out all this fucking garbage. Be the genocidal maniac that the, That's... what the fuck? Why am I being why am I getting owned like this? What the hell? That's fucked up. I'm just a sick boy. What the heck? Well, okay. I'm not sick. Used to be worse than this. I just have phlegm coughs. I hate phlegm coughs, dude. Don't... Look, piece of advice, if I could give one, James. Don't be sick with post-nasal drip. It is the worst thing on the planet, dude. Holy shit. I hate my post-nasal drip shit, man. It is the worst. I hate it. Yeah, that's the one time I get COVID, my long COVID side effect is post-nasal drip. So, instead of having, like, snot go out of the nose, I get it going down my throat. It's great. It's not annoying at all. Who the hell is Gustav? Who? Who the hell is that? Oh, from E33. I should play that game. Probably. Man, the placement of some of these fucking flamethrowers is so weird. Alright. Well, kill off all that stuff. I definitely do want to play because the game does look real. I mean, you know, besides the fact that it won 9 out of 11 game awards, Pepe. I do want to play the game. It does look like fun. Alright, I need to thin out some of the stuff so then it doesn't cause any problems. 9 out of 12, so it's fine? Ah, okay. Well, I saw someone say it was 9 out of 11. I thought it was really, really funny, because, haha, 9/11, haha, that Canadian making a 9/11 joke. How original, haha. That was funny. Can't believe that Canadians would make jokes at the expense of America. Inconceivable. Unfucking believable. Us Canadians doing that? Filthy Canucks can't stand them. Yeah, it's, well, listen, apparently if we ran in a presidential election against your fucking, against your current buffoon pedophile that's currently in power, we would mollywop him. His ass would get fucking destroyed. It would be a Canada sweep. I think Canada approval rating amongst Americans was like 51, like plus 51 points or something. Very, very funny. On that boycott of you guys that is currently happening in Canada, yeah, that's not going away anytime soon, by the way. We're still going to boycott your dumbasses, which is really funny. Failed to send. What the? Probably Twitch being stupid. I think I only... How many of these things do I want? The fuck was that? Did I step on a landmine? Holy shit, I did step on a landmine. What the fuck? That is true, yeah. We would win with our Looney Tunes ass money. We would win, honestly. With our... Well, actually, no. Not Looney Tunes money. I call it Monopoly money. Because, I mean... Here, let me fucking grab some of this shit. Now fucking look at this shit, alright? Look at this. This shit ain't fucking paper, dude. It's plastic. It's made out of petroleum products, because we have a fuck ton of that stuff. The milk bag. I don't know why people talk shit on the milk bag so much. I don't get it. Like, what's the difference of drinking milk out of a plastic bag in comparison to a fucking carton? Or like a cardboard bottle? Like, what's the difference? Why does it matter? Because we still have that, like, you can either get it in the bag or you can get it from the fucking carton. Well, that's what we use the we keep the milk in the plastic bags and then we put it into a pouring thingy. For like plastic jugs. And we just do that. That's what we do. And here are all you damn Americans talking all this damn shit. It's just like, well, do I like, I don't know, what the, I don't get it. It's weird. Yeah, you guys love wasting plastic. That's like America's like second favorite pastime. Besides, I don't know, like bombing Middle Eastern children, right? Like I don't get it. You guys should love this shit. You Americans fucking perplex me sometimes. Alright, well. I have to surround these things and hopefully not get... the fucking landmines. I could see them. Got chemical science now? Those landmines are gonna be kind of fucking annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Those landmines are gonna be really fucking annoying. So the bags aren't as wasteful as the big jug. I mean, with the big jug, you can just reuse it, right? But no, it's most likely I hate it because it's a different thing. Very consistent with American values. Honestly, like, you say that it's like American, but that's also like cultural osmosis. We have that shit all the time here as well. Very, very Canadian as well. We have that fucking dumbass mentality here in this stupid ass country as well. Very consistent pattern of behavior with fucking Canadians. Alright, idiots, get to work. Alright, here we go. We're starting to make some science. Our nice little burgundy science packs. Lovely. Yeah, I keep hearing that Canadians and Brits hate Muslims more than we do, which is insane. Oh, 1000%. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's a whole cultural thing right now. Like... okay, here's the thing in Canada. We're trying to do, like, the whole fucking... It's the exact same fucking bullshit as with America, right? Exact same type shit kind of a deal. We're trying to do the whole, yeah, we hate, like, trans people like you do, but that's not, like, really going anywhere. Like, nobody really gives a fuck about trans people in Canada like they do, say, in Britain. That's not going anywhere, but Indians? We're all about hating Indians right now. We fucking hate Indians. That's one of our main type shit sticks right now. We fucking hate Indian people. For, honestly, really stupid reasons. Like, really, really, really dumb reasons. So, as you very well know, Canada is having a housing crisis, which has gone slightly better. It's not as bad as it once was, but it's still pretty bad in Canada in terms of our housing problems. And as a result of us having housing problems, it was a lot of compounding factors for us to why we ended up having housing issues. And because people are fucking stupid and are not capable of doing, like, basic material analysis. Okay, that's like that is a thing that is also about as hard as for us as it is for you guys as well. Okay, we're not really too dissimilar in that particular respect. Since we can't do any basic material analysis, no one is able to sort of, like, focus on the main problems with housing, and that's the fact that we have not had, like, cheap housing built in this country for years. And then we had a massive influx of migration coming into this country, and the straw that broke the camel's back. Whoops. Now there's a fucking big ass housing crisis. Whoopsie. And as a result, what did people opt to do instead of blaming all of the politicians in power who made it such that these conditions were basically put in place? They decided to blame the fucking massive influx of migrants that happened under Trudeau instead. Even though they were essentially, like, set up to fail, for lack of a better term. The housing market was what broke the fucking straw on the camel's back. It wasn't the fucking Indians. Or the Indians, the migration waves is what broke the straw on the camel's back for migration for us. Not basically any of the other shit. Stepped on another fucking mine. Yeah, y'all are just nice to America at this point. We fuck them, get pissed for when they aren't grateful for it. Pretty much. I mean, I've said this before, but America is... We're basically America, just with significantly better PR than you guys. Oh, and we also have healthcare. We were trying. We've tried. We tried. We tried. Don't forget about Pierre Polyev. Trust us. We tried. We tried. Alright, let's put down some. Can you not attack that, please? Thank you. I need those alive. No. Not yet. But they're trying. So basically, if I were to talk about what's going on with the conservatives right now, essentially... Oh, I forgot to shout out the fucking YouTube as well. Yeah, I do also have a YouTube like Alec. There we go. Subscribe to that. But if I were to basically talk about our conservatives, is... They're basically fucked. Like, they are supremely fucked. Yeah, like... in a terrible bad position. So essentially the conservatives are kind of stuck in a bit of a catch-22. Pierre Polyev is very popular within... Yes, but a lot of that was also astroturfed by American right-leaning groups. But yeah, the conservatives were fucking with the trucker convoy protests. They were. You're correct there. But that's a little bit of a more complicated situation. That's not the reason why the conservatives are basically fucked. So, in terms of the conservatives, Pierre Poilievre's approval rating amongst the constituency is really, really low. Very, very low. People don't like him because he's just like a nitwit. And just kind of like stupid, loud, and very boisterous. And annoying. But people within the party really like him. And they really like him a lot. Even though there's been like 3 MPs, 2 of which are floor crossers, and one of them is about to resign in January. Meaning that the Liberals are about to have a majority within the House of Commons, right? Parliamentary system in comparison to your system, yada yada yada. We still have problems with our system like you guys, but it is better than your guys. That's for certain. And another problem that the conservatives are consistently saddled with as a party is the reasoning for as to why they ended up choosing Pierre Polyev to begin with. The PPC, or the the People's Party of Canada, which is our further right-wing party, who is being headed by Maxime Bernier, who doesn't have a seat anymore, and basically doesn't exist anymore as a politician. He lost his seat to a conservative. The reason why Pierre Polyev was picked to begin with for leader of the conservatives is because of the fact that he would help placate and bring in the further right flank of the party. And this caused the collapse of the People's Party of Canada, right? when Pierre Polyev got implemented as the leader. You know, after Aaron O'Toole was as Canadian or conservative leader, that shit was basically just not working. People fucking hated him because he's the same. Because it's another neoconservative fucking stooge, right? Nobody fucking liked him. And as a result, people started flocking back to the Conservative Party. So, if the Conservatives get rid of him as leader, that opens up an angle for the People's Party of Canada to be able to make a comeback with those further right-wing elements. So they have to choose a guy who's still rather Trumpian to placate certain parts of the base, but a guy who's not as openly, like, authoritarian and goofy as Pierre Polyev, such that members of the, like, you know, the floor crossers that came over to the Liberals feel comfortable to come back to the Conservatives, and also has more nationwide appeal in comparison to Pierre Polyev, because the hardcore dipshits, like, who all live in Alberta, they're ride or die for the Conservatives, but across the rest of the country, people fucking hate Pierre Polyev's guts. He is not very popular whatsoever. So they're in a really, really precarious position, politically speaking, the Conservatives. But yeah, we love Canadian politics. That sounds much better than what we have. Like, things are complicated for the Conservatives, which is awesome. We can just literally have those freaks at the forefront of our media sphere because they took all that bourgeois money. It's a very similar dynamic as to here as well. Like, Vosh even said it himself. I don't know if Alec has ever said this, but Vosh said it himself. But Canadian conservative culture is derivative of American conservative culture. American cultural osmosis, when it happens, hits us first. Because, I mean, we are your guys' fucking neighbors after all, right? So... Okay, that'll take care of all that shit. Mexico's our neighbor too, but they got shine bombed. Y'all got get Turdo. Not a big fan of libs. Why do we get the dang nightmare blunt rotation, Lmao? Gamergate. Honestly, Gamergate. And honestly, a part of it is, I would also say, the consequences of the laissez-faire attitude that America has in terms of free speech. Like, our free speech laws are not as free as that of America's. right? Like, we will crack down on stupid ass, like if it gets bad enough, of course, on like stupid ass like conspiratorial bullshit that people are spreading. I do think I have dropped the video. Well, okay, I've probably like mentioned it before. Like the problem, like probably in passing about like talking about this in like videos. In fact, I'm like 95% certain I have talked about this in passing before in fucking videos, talking about the consequences of America's rather cavalier attitude of speech. Now it causes problems. I've definitely riffed about it before. Would you believe me if I told you that some of my earliest YouTube videos was basically what I call an attack on Gamergate? Now, would you think I am being /sirs or FR if I were to say that? But honestly, like, Gamergate and its consequences, and I mean, it's not just Gamergate. I talk about this as a as basically the I like to call it the contemporary philosophy that I like to engage with, known as the death of subjectivity. That's also another video on the fucking YouTube channel. Honestly, I should just make a command for it at this point. But basically, what do I mean by the death of subjectivity? Who do you remember the dress? The black and blue versus gold dress. That whole discourse that happened. Oh god, I think I know who you're talking about. The Joker tanky. That guy was a fucking nutter butter. But anywho, yes, I also throw in Yanni versus Laurel into that as well. But for whatever reason, and this was a thing that was happening very, very commonly during that time, but people, and this was like, I even say this in the video, but I basically got this during a shower thought. Unironically, just shower thought. Popped into my mind. I was just like, oh, I'm going to make a video about this, and I'm going to love it, and it's going to be great, and I think it's going to be fantastic. I creamed my pants a little bit. Hyperbole aside. But the whole dress discourse stuff was really strange, right? Why are these people so ardently and aggressively defending what they are hearing in an optical illusion? People were basically planting their flag down in a position saying, like, this is what this position is, and if you don't like it, you can suck my dick. Fuck you. Eat shit. I don't give a fuck about any of your positions on any of this. You are wrong automatically, and you are stupid for believing in the things that you're believing. And I thought it was really, really weird. I'm just like, why? Why are we just, like, do people just not understand that some people are just built different and they can just hear differing things? Why are people being so adamant about wanting to defend what they hear in terms of either Yanni or Laurel, or the white and gold versus black and blue dress? And I attribute this to something that I call the death of subjectivity. People are wholeheartedly incapable of being able to think like how other people think. Now, the reason why I say stuff like this is because I am a fucking Pokemon nerd. I love playing competitive Pokemon, and that game is all about getting into your opponent's head and seeing how they think. It is all about that. 1000 fucking percent. That's like the most important skill to develop in that game. Subjectivity. Unironically. But people, for whatever reason, and this is the sort of byproducts of a lot of the social isolation factors that have been going on ever since the dropping of the New Deal, right? Honestly, after World War II, right? Thanks to stuff like suburbanization, car infrastructure, white flight, the destruction of unions, a lot of socially isolating factors, as well as the death of education throughout the entirety of the United States of America, the death of all of these things have basically contributed to this current environment that we find ourselves under, where people are just wholeheartedly incapable of either A, socializing with other people, or B, just not being able to have like a slight idea as to how other people are capable of thinking. Death of subjectivity. And I also tie into a lot of stuff that Mark Fisher says throughout Capitalist Realism. Mark Fisher in Capitalist Realism is one of the main points that he says and brings up in one of the main chapters of the book is that capitalists want to monetize every single aspect of life that is possible. The current vestige of that is through AI companions. They want to socialize people's ability to socially interact with one another. And this obviously has a multivariate benefit for the bourgeois. First off, it makes it such that people are not talking with one another, and guess what is necessary for people to be able to effectively resist the very few at the top? Socialization with one another. It is what made humanity as a species the main thing to come out on top in terms of nature, especially on the planet Earth. The fact that we are able to communicate and socialize with one another. That and opposable thumbs, but I digress. It's our ability to communicate and work together as a group more effectively than that of most other animals that exist on the planet. Capitalists know this, and they have to destroy the ability for people to be able to socialize with one another for the express purpose of what? Making sure that they can still continue to maintain that the main systems of hierarchy and control that we currently find ourselves under, because it's currently beneficial for those on top. Why would they want any changes to it? Duh, obvious. And a lot of compounding factors have essentially been the main things that have led us to the current position that we find ourselves in. Death of education, death of critical thinking in America, the basically car infrastructure, suburbanization. All of these things have basically made it such that social isolation is the main thing that's happening throughout, well, the fucking goddamn country, right? And it's had obviously incredibly adverse effects. People are significantly more hostile on social media. The only thing that is attention grabbing nowadays are basically very, very aggressive, adverse sort of interactions in terms of how people socialize with one another. These have significant problems for everybody. Everybody is suffering from these sort of problems in terms of being able to socially interact with one another. Why do you think like a bunch of like weirdo losers soiled their pants over the fucking Misa Misa analog fucking that Elon Musk made? It's because they just are lonely and are socially isolated from one another, and it's impossible for these people to socially interact with anyone now. Like, they can't fucking do it because a lot of the sort of vestiges of social interaction in America have been completely and utterly fucking destroyed because of all the things that I mentioned earlier, right? Car infrastructure, education being basically dead, and also the sort of like just current makeup of the economy that we currently find ourselves under. The attention-based economy. People only benefit from gaining attention right now. You have to put out stuff that's more ridiculous, boisterous, and stupid in order to gain attention, to gain prominence, to gain money. nowadays in our current sort of economy, right? You know, we love the attention-based economy. Um, right. I was forgetting what I was saying. And a lot of these like AI companion companies who make these AI companions have even said it themselves. They have said what the purpose of their chatbots have been. Their purpose is to make people waste their time. I think that's probably some of the most demonic shit on the fucking planet. These people want to destroy humanity. Unironically, they want to destroy humanity. For what exactly? I don't know. So to make a couple of extra bucks from a subscription model they have with their stupid fucking chatbots. They are willing, for short-term profits, willing to destroy the entirety of the human race. For what exactly? Oh, we can make a couple of extra bucks for our stupid fucking shareholders to benefit ostensibly from the fact that, oh yeah, dude, we made a bunch of extra fucking money selling all of these like AI companion slop ads on like fucking goddamn YouTube to sucker in a couple of extra rubes to waste a bunch of time instead of going out and forming fundamental fucking relationships because we just want to maintain the current hierarchy that's in place right now. So that's the thing that I rant very often about in a lot of my fucking videos. The idea that, you know, the main next frontier that corporations essentially want to engage with in terms of further monetization of our existences is going after social interactions, which is certainly having adverse effects right now. But yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'll keep you. You're fine. Whatever. I'm definitely going to destroy this one, though. Alright. Now to get rid of all this fucking garbage. electric engines. Everything else can be trashed. And these are coming out pretty decently. Nice. Alright, I think we're pretty much done with this planet. Really the only other things that I think I would like to make are just robots. So we can have replacements in case shit happens. Because I feel like we may need some every now and again. Okay. Oh, so 2,000. Okay, cool. Lovely. Do we have you with a bunch of robo-chargers? I'm gonna need more of those. Thank you. Go get more. I'm gonna need more of those. Well, assuming everything goes well, these turrets should never have to activate, so... In terms of data emission... Before we leave, we're gonna have to do some more clearing out of this area. So these have gotta go, these have gotta go, this has gotta go. All of this needs to go. These are the only things that are allowed to stay. Though honestly, with the jamming equipment that we are probably going to get our hands on relatively soon, we probably don't need to concern ourselves that much. In fact, that's probably one of the first things I should research. I need supercapacitors? Okay. together some rockets then. That round was very enlightening. Wish I was taking notes, honestly, but I was preoccupied. Well, that's the good thing about having a VOD. You can always save the VOD, come back to the exact same point, listen to the same rant, take your fucking notes. Easy fucking clap. Super, super easy. Super, super easy. Power of technology and its miracles. It's certainly help on a lot of shit. Where'd I put the rocket silos? There they are. Oh, God. I swear I'm not sick anymore. I checked my temperature. I'm at a normal temperature. Cool. Ports. 1, 2. Well, you know what they say, better to be a smart fella rather than a fart smella. Many people are saying to not be a fart smeller, but instead to be a smart fella. Now, I don't exactly know what they mean by this, but you know, I personally like to think that I'm a pretty smart fella, so, and that I don't smell farts, so, you know. But that's just me. Alright, we'll eventually have enough to build those rocket silos. It's just gonna take a little time. How did you get destroyed? Belts are all good. Must have been one wayward asteroid that just managed to get through. That happens. No biggie. What's up, Alex? Alex Roy Voss, where's our South Side of Chicago crime report? What's going on here?
Well, I'm expecting that there's going to be so much crime in Chicago right now because of just the amount of, well, festive holidays that's going on. It's a perfect time for criminals, criminals to do a lot of crime right now, Alex. What's going on here? Where's our crime?
But yeah, we're pretty much done with this planet now. Alex, if you don't disclose the amount of crime that's going on right now, there will be multiple kicked espers. I will somehow summon Boy Meets Minnie out of the grave right now, and he will kick some espers, and there is nothing you can do about it. Posadas? I have never heard of posadas. Mexican version of caroling. Interesting. Let me guess. You have been partaking in the posadas. What? Are you feeling extra festive? What are you? Are you gonna be like a little Esper in his fucking like little hat? You know, like a little Christmas hat. What, you got a little Santa Claus hat or something?
Alex Roy Voss with his little hat. His little fucking hat. His little gay hat.
Those are possible big migrant spots, crime spots.
Well, you said possible, Alex. I'm looking for concrete evidence. I'm looking for big crime all the time.
If I recall correctly, wasn't there a recent ruling by the Supreme Court saying that what Trump is doing is illegal? With all of the migrant detentions and shit like that, especially in Chicago. Like I think the Supreme Court just handed him a pretty big, like, significant loss. And it was
not good. It's pretty bad.
Haven't heard. Damn. Yeah, the Supreme Court said, okay, yeah, you're doing a lot of fuck shit, and we don't like that. You know it's bad if it's the Supreme Court that's saying that shit. What the fuck are there a bunch of pipe in there? Hopefully? Maybe. I do believe it was a thing that recently came from the Supreme Court. Right, we're making some batteries now. I can make explosives from gunpowder. I guess that makes sense. LDS. Okay. Sure, man. Battery from nickel. Sure. Don't really need that much, do I? En las posadas. I'm fucking. Group of people go around say a neighborhood and they sing as if they are Mary and Joseo. Is that like the Jesus version of queso? Joseph. No, no. Actually, it's actually Joseo. Okay. Fuck you. It's now Hispanic queso. Religious queso. You fucked up now. Fuck you, Alex. It's Hispanic queso. Can't confirm. By Alex Roy Foss. There will be, I don't know, maybe one less Esper will be kicked or something. I don't know, whatever. But now, Hispanic queso. So basically, I guess the celebration is something about, I don't know, the vagrancy or migrants or some shit. Okay. That seems kind of fun. Very goofy, very goober. 10 out of 10 would approve. We do a little bit of trolling, of course. Very, very critical and important. Yeah, criminal shit. Vagrants looking for housing. Yeah, you know. Well, that's the American way. You know, vagrants looking for housing. Very, very commonplace, right? Now, of course, I'm just, like, parroting the sort of, like, paranoid schizophrenia of a NIMBY, right? So I'm the NIMBY in this instance, right? And I'm just basically being a paranoid schizophrenic about being out of power. What? Uh-oh. But why? Uh-oh. Power death spiral time. Too much water, not enough burning off of the water. When I first heard of Posadism, is in like Christmas Posadas, and no, some guy just. Yeah. Posadism is he's just like a random guy. Well, this isn't good. Need more random shit to burn. AKA rocket fuel. The perfect shit to burn. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Need more random shit to burn. I made this extra power plant here. Why? Because I needed more power. I was just like, okay, I can just keep using the same sulfur that I'm just burning. Clearly that's not good. So how about instead of that, rocket fuel instead. Just make a small rocket fuel sub-factory here. Don't have to be too big. To make sure we have shit to burn. Doho, where are you gonna get the light oil for this? Light oil is everywhere, douchebag. That's like the least concern. It's like the smallest concern out of all of this. Probably should have done this like forever ago, but I didn't. But whatever, we're here now. Who cares? Blah, blah, blah. Well, Alex, the real important question is are you a big fan of dolphins? Okay, now that should give us plenty of stuff to burn. You're a fan of aliens and nuclear war? Now that's what I like hearing. Because if you weren't, Alex, we would have some problems. You understand? There'd be a lot of big problems if you were not a fan of nuclear war. Or Greeks. You also have to be a fan of Greeks. Because, as we all know, the Greeks are big fans of aliens and nuclear war. What the fuck are you idiots complaining about? me those fucking low density structures. You'll fix yourselves eventually. Alright, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now I can go back to making batteries. Do I need this many batteries? No. But I have them. Nickel and copper. Nickel plate. Batteries, then we need some electric engines, then flying robot frames, and then we can make robots to replace any robots that we may lose, just in case. Very important. What the hell is even going on here? alloy plates. Okay, that's normal. That is normal. Alright. I need now to basically have you... Time for you to accept a new science pack now. Whoa. Bonk my head.
I bonked my head. Not good, folks.
Okay. Nickel and copper. Oops. Gonna be interesting to figure out how to make a burgundy light. goes the first shipment of those up into the sky. Our good old pals, the Battlefield Science Packs. God damn it. Okay, that is that done. Get all this random bullshit. Atomic bombs. We're going follower counts and a whole bunch of other bullshit. Okay. Combat roboports. Carbon fiber wall. And capsules. Fascinating. What I care more about is this jammer radar. I need a radar? Okay, that's not too hard. Interesting.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Military grade underground belts. The belts themselves and the splitters. Fascinating. Sulfur, melorite, light oil, and water gives us heavy and crude oil. So this is how we can get heavy oil to make lubricant. But we don't really need it because we can just use a different recipe instead, which is fine. But now we can essentially make our own dumbass shit. Carbon fiber walls, combat roboports. Modules, you say? That's fine. I'll have to make the combat roboports probably closer to where there's battlefield data packets. Supercapacitors, check. Oh, I suppose this is better than nothing. Flying robot frames. Uranium mining. Ooh, that's bad. Looks like we're gonna have to do a bunch of clearing out of the enemies. A lot of it. Why don't we start attempting to clear out some of the problems that we're having with extreme prejudice. Nuclear bombs. cool. Of course, we could always use hydrogen bombs as well. I have a lot of different kinds of bombs. Very important. Not so much for blowing that stuff up. I want to see how these jammer radars work. Because if I can get the jammer radars, then I won't have to faff about with all this other shit. I won't have to go on a crusade destroying all these data ports. Because right now, yeah, it's a problem. Alright, well. Currently researching nothing. They got uranium processing. Not modular armor. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. We'll see how those go and how those work after probably a little while. My assumption is that they probably take away from the data emission pollution or how, whatever. If I were to take a guess. Boo. Oh boy. Stuff to yap about. Ugh, man. Well, we're pretty much done with that planet, though. All done, more or less. May have to eventually go on a liquid Tiberium apocalypse, but we'll see if we have to do that or not. the jammer radar does its job. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab some water, then we'll yap about the topics du jour. And there's I'll just say there's some funny stuff that's happening. Anyway, I'll be right back. so Barack Hussein Obama.
Obama. We're so Barack. I still need to figure out and see if I have to go on a nuclear rampage. For more nuclear war.
Oh, the dumbass idiot, by the way, who was trying to do the whole lawsuit. God damn it, I didn't want all that shit to close. Well, first off, the University of Oklahoma did get rid of that fucking TA, who should not have been gotten rid of, for failing the dumbass fucking conservative, who admits to saying that she did not read the article whatsoever, and that she just threw together the fucking essay in about 30 minutes. So that's cool. Wait, Daho, you're trying to tell me that this was a psychological operation the whole time? Always was with the conservatives. Always was.
I love psychological operations. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Man, these current drops for the Epstein files, oh boy. Like, some of the redactions, they did such a bad job at some of the redactions that they were... They didn't even fucking properly redact some stuff, that you could just copy and fucking paste it and see exactly what it is under the redactions. It's such a fucking shit show. It's so fucking bad, dude. They're so cooked. This current drop is insane. Most of them, though? I don't think most of them, no. Certain, like, they basically just did this shit in, like, Adobe Premiere. Or, like, Adobe, like, PDF editor. And they did a terrible job at the redactions. It's so funny, man. Though enough apparently to know the violated the law by redacting government official names. Yep. Quick reminder: there's also a document that says that there was 10 co-conspirators as well. Kasha Patel said that there were no co-conspirators, so subpoena. Also, the funniest thing is that, like, all of the Republicans will constantly deflect, saying, like, well, why didn't Joe Biden release any of this stuff? I don't know. Who the fuck cares? Should he have released them? Yeah, absolutely. No shit. But he never talked about it in the campaign trail. He was just not concerned about it. He just didn't care. Like, we could talk about how weak and ineffective Merrick Garland, because Merrick Garland should have just released all this stuff day fucking one, but that's because of how pathetic and ineffective, like, Merrick Garland is in general. Sure, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think he's really, really fucking bad, but Biden didn't fucking talk about that shit. Just didn't care for whatever reason, and that's his prerogative. Like, I don't really care. all the people who keep constantly talking about Joe Biden not releasing the fucking Epstein files, it's just a fucking deflection. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, okay, why does that matter? Who cares? Like, it's so bad that Bill Clinton himself said he wanted to have more release of the fucking Epstein files. Clinton said he wanted more of the files to be released. Hilarious. Oh, here, Alex. Supreme Court rules Trump had no authority to federalize the National Guard in Chicago. That's something that they ruled recently. Supreme Court recently ruled that Trump federalizing the National Guard. He's not allowed to do that. Supreme Court said that. No more military occupation of Chicago, or attempted military occupation. Getting attacked by the phlegm demons. Nicki Minaj deletes her Instagram after losing nearly 10 million followers. Damn, I guess a lot of people don't like the MAGA shit that she's on right now. Very funny. Guess that new grift that she's trying to do is not working out all that well for her. Who would have thought? Yeah, I know. She was born in Trinidad. Trinidad isn't sending their bus. Yeah, same with Tobago. Man, a lot of wacky stuff going on, huh? Lovely. Not the secret memes.
Secret memes.
Time for our favorite mold man. Alright, let's get started with this. So this is happening a little bit sooner than I anticipated, but now Asmongold is looking to try to crawl his way out of the sort of potential alt-right pipeline. Maybe not crawl his way out of the alt-right pipeline, but he's trying to pivot away from being a rah, MAGA supporting chud that he normally is. Probably similar vein to Nick Fuentes. Now, as we all know, Nick Fuentes, and Asmongold has certainly been watching a lot more Nick Fuentes content, but Asmongold has been basically trying to emulate and collaborate with a lot of Nick Fuentes' sort of content. Like I said before, the sort of pipeline, ideological pipeline that Asmongold has gone down, if he tries to get out of that, that's not going to fucking happen. Any sort of like centrist pivot that he is trying to do, basically, or that he might try to do, for example, is going to end up failing rather miserably because there are so many clips and so many videos of him out there saying a bunch of incredibly ostensible far-right fucking goddamn bullshit. Anyone can easily just pull up the clips, be like, "This you? Is this you? Did you say this?" And then he's never going to get out of that. Like, he can't run away from that. He's made his bed. He now has to fucking lay in it. So what I was anticipating that he might do is he might try to go further down the pipeline in order to appeal to more further right conservatives, which seems to potentially be what he is going to do. Well, it is really the only pathway forward for him to even maintain his current career, I suppose. Because it was inevitable that eventually he's just going to like leave and not want to be a part of the sort of like MAGA Trump train, because nobody fucking likes that shit. Everyone hates Trump. His approval rating is in the complete fucking shitter. His political brand is pretty much completely and utterly fucking dead. Like, there's no salvaging it. It's over. Even Asmongold, that sycophant, is now trying to crawl his way out to not be as big of a supporter of Trump as he is. Because, again, like, if you looked at any of the sort of news analysis or political analysis that Asmongold would do whenever Trump was on the screen, he'd be like, yeah, I totally, totally agree with what Trump is saying here. Rah, yeah. Or he'd like laugh his ass off, be like, haha, only Trump can like say this like total, this like shit and own the fucking libs and stuff like that. Because he was unironically like one of those fucking goddamn troglodytes. And now, as I thought he might try to do, like, because I was thinking, okay, he can go one of two ways. He can either try to do a centrist pivot when Trump inevitably sort of falters because of his disapproval rating. He's not opting to do that, which is probably the smarter thing for him to do because of the fact that, again, he has all the clips of him saying incredibly far-right shit and him wanting to collaborate with Nick Fuentes. Not fucking happening. Like, it's cooked over. He's not going to be able to get, like, any sort of traction in terms of doing, like, a centrist pivot back. Like, that's not fucking happening. But instead, what he's going to do, he's probably going to go further down the alt-right pipeline. So I wouldn't be surprised if Asmongold starts to spew a lot more fucking anti-Semitic, conspiratorial fucking bullshit, becomes way more fucking racist, way more fucking aggressive, perhaps starts to pander more and more to sort of like incel-y sort of content to, again, get at the sort of more like dumb fuck populist right-wingers that are emerging online. But what do we have here? Oh, and it's because of the fucking Epstein files is why he's trying to do all of this stuff. Which, I shouldn't be really surprised about that whatsoever, because again, because he said, Asmongold himself has said, like, yeah, Trump has been doing everything perfectly. Yeah, he's been doing a really good job. It's just the Epstein stuff he's been fucking up pretty badly, which is very stupid, a very idiotic way to sort of interpret stuff. But then again, this is the sort of dude who only has his echo chamber established in his fucking subreddit and on his fucking Twitter timeline, right? He's completely stuck in an echo chamber.
Isn't it time for Asmongold to stop sucking Trump's dick? I've been very critical of Trump regularly. If you look at any of my commentary discussing things that he's done, you'll see that I'm extremely critical of him, even more so recently since the Epstein stuff. So
yeah, he's full of shit. I don't fight. He's fucking lying here. The only thing that Asmongold has been critical of Trump of is just Epstein stuff. That is it, right? But that's because it's so blatant and so obvious that Donald Trump is definitely a fucking pedophile. Or we're gonna get into the more recent Epstein file drop stuff, and oh boy, it's looking really bad. He is definitely a fucking pedophile. It's fucking completely over. In terms of literally every other policy, Asmongold has said that he has agreed with everything that the fucking president has done. Mostly because he has no knowledge of politics himself, besides whatever the fucking vibe basically says. And this is just purely just a vibe shift from him.
So this is just, it's again, just the typical Reddit, one-dimensional thinking, because, you know, you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris if she was going to do something.
Isn't that your fucking subreddit that was saying? Okay, whatever.
Something she would have. So, yeah, you didn't even vote? Of course I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't feel like the candidate represents my viewpoints and my values to a degree that I feel confident voting for them? And
I think you didn't vote because you were too lazy to go out and fucking vote, because you don't care about any fucking policy. You would have voted for Trump if you weren't fucking lazy enough to go out and fucking vote. Like, Trump voted to, like, fit your sort of, like, persona of wanting to just go with a vibe pretty much perfectly, but your dumbass was probably too lazy to get up off the couch and fucking go vote.
And I think that I've been proven right. I have been. I think I've been proven right with that. And I voted for this? Yeah. I mean, if I had known he was going to do this, I would have voted for him. I would have. Like, I 100%. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but if I did, I would say that I voted for this. This is better than watching. I've been...
in reference, this is, of course, crackdowns being done by the National Guard on fucking protesters who are protesting now. Beer Bash Johnson with the raid. Oh, second raid. Man, a lot of raiders today. How is it going, Beer Bash? Give you a shout out. Beer Bash Johnson. What is up, gamers? I am Duh Rumba. I'm a variety streamer. I talk politics, and I also play video games and stuff like that. Right now, we are talking about Asmongold, sort of unendorsing Donald Trump, basically, and how he is basically he's just basically a liar, a charlatan, and he's looking to pivot away from the fact that he used to be a major Trump head, and now he's probably looking to go further down the fucking alt-right pipeline to appeal to a new audience, because Epstein files. Yeah, it's because of the Epstein files. Arc Raiders. I can't believe that Beer Bash was playing games with generative AI in it. Shake my fucking head. I'm dying. But welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome in, Raiders.
So yeah, I believe this was currently a protest where there was a bunch of anti-ICE protesters. Of course, Asmongold supports the actions of what I think the National Guard is doing here in terms of arresting all of this, and thinks it's better than fucking porn because he's unironically like the most anti-fucking American freakazoid on the fucking goddamn planet. Of course he supports this shit because he's a freak, he's a weirdo. He was consistently talking about how he is praising Trump and the administration for all of their blatantly illegal actions that they've been taking consistently in the administration. So again, full of shit. The only reason why he's doing this pivot right now is because the only thing he disagrees with Trump on is how he's been handling the fucking Epstein files. That is literally it. There is no other principled belief that is being operative off under here from Asmongold because he is too stupid to have any fucking goddamn principled beliefs. Or honestly, it's just all for performative fucking cruelty. For what exactly? Because he's just gone down this stupid alt-right pipeline because he's just a fucking white nationalist.
Waiting for this to happen ever since BLM. This is what I voted for. Well, I'll tell you guys, how many of you guys that voted for Trump, you're getting even, it's even better than what you would hope for. You know he wrote this. Yep, this is what I voted for. Yep. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Beware, because America will hold you fully accountable, and we won't.
But yeah, you see, like, he's too stupid to have any, like, principled beliefs in anything. It's all vibes with someone like Asmongold. That's it. Like, he just likes the vibe of Trump. He likes the performative fucking cruelty. For what purpose exactly? Because he can't fucking get a bitch on his dick. Like, that's literally it. He's just a fucking little weirdo incel, and everyone just fucking hates him. Like, I'm telling you, like, there is no climbing out of this. He's basically, this is going to be the rest of his fucking career. It's over for him. Like, when the inevitable woke backlash fucking happens, Asmongold is basically going to have probably a bunch of his fucking platforms get yeeted out of fucking existence, and he is also probably going to just rot away in relative fucking obscurity, right? As soon as he loses his fucking Twitch account and his YouTube account for spreading all the hate and misinformation that he's been consistently spreading, it's gonna be done. He's gonna get fucking canceled, and it will be a benefit to literally everyone.
Won't be nice about it. Hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. What I voted for Trump to do was like what he did with...
I thought he didn't vote for Trump. Interesting.
The DEI stuff on day one. What I voted for him to do is what he did with, like, for example, Iran. You didn't vote? Yeah, exactly. But I would have voted... If I would have voted, that would have been what I voted for. Did Trump earn your vote by now?
Just vibe shit. It doesn't matter. Just stupid vibe shit. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, it's because Asmongold fawns for the sort of, like, bred-in fucking circus because he's, like, too stupid to be able to do any political analysis himself.
If I could go back in time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all.
Oh, is that so? I mean, we have more examples of this, but here. Now, Asmongold calls for mass action against Israel lobby, says opposing Israel is America first. So yeah, this is pretty much the path that he's going to take now. He's going further down the alt-right pipeline. He's following in the footsteps of Nick Fuentes, right? This is exactly the same shit that Nick Fuentes is doing. Mass action against the Israel lobby, says opposing Israel is America first. Asmongold, you literally, and I mean literally, got fucking banned off of Twitch for making the might makes right argument, saying that Israel is correct in their bombing of the Palestinians because they're an inferior culture. It's completely fucking stupid. I mean, he might not be registered to vote there, AJ. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case whatsoever. But again, I think he's just too lazy to go out and get registered, or he's too stupid to know exactly how the process works. Because again, he's a fucking idiot. He's just a stupid, stupid motherfucker. But this is exactly the path that he's going to go down along now. He's just going to now probably become more fucking conspiratorial and anti-Semitic.
Featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves.
The evidence, by the way, is like maliciously edited clips and things like that. Everybody who's part of the America First agenda should view being listed on this website as a qualification to run for office. If you get listed on this website as being an enemy of the goals of Israel, then you are actually America First. Like, you can't say this about Palestine, you can't say this about Israel, and somebody who's an activist for this is going to be criticized in this way. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, no, the problem is that it just depends on what you say, right? Like, the reason why a lot of anti-Semites are anti-Zionist is not because they have a principled belief against Zionism and care about Palestinian emancipation. For them, it's about being anti-Semitic to Jews. It is about Jews for them, not about wanting emancipation for the Palestinian people. For them, the anti-Semitism is the point, not caring about, well, the freedom for the Palestinian people. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. They're brown people. Like, why would they want freedom for fucking brown people? If America First fucking dipshits were in complete control of Israel and they could genocide both the Israelis and the Palestinians, they 1000% would. They would just exterminate both of them and take the land for themselves. And I don't know, basically establish a Christian white ethno-state in the region if they could. 1000 fucking percent, without even a question. The reason why they are using Palestinians right now is because it's an effective wedge for them to be able to gain more political prominence, which is exactly what Asmongold is probably going to start doing relatively soon.
They try to dox, mislabel, defame, slander, and misrepresent anybody who goes against their interests, and then creating a chilling effect across the entire country to prevent negative discourse about a country. They only have the power that you let them have. And so if you see something like this happening, you can just simply get enough people together and then make it stop happening. But AIPAC pays him so much, you have to get a lot of people together.
I mean, he's not wrong when he's saying that, but again, he's not coming at this from an honest sort of perspective. Again, he is just saying this because these are the exact same talking points that Nick Fuentes says, right? Exact same. He's more than, like, it's exactly as I predicted, right? As soon as Trump and the bungling of the Epstein files starts to happen, as soon as Trump and the bungling of the Epstein files begins to happen, this motherfucker is going to go further down the pipeline. It was either one of two things. He was either going to do a centrist pivot. That's not going to work because of all the clips that are out there. Be a complete disaster for him to try to do a centrist pivot. But this is more than likely what he was going to do. Go further down the pipeline and start to say a lot more anti-Semitic, more conspiratorial bullshit instead. Right? And probably appeal to, again, the basic emerging sort of dumb fuck populist movement that is now currently coming out of the rotting carcass of the MAGA movement.
Yeah, it's by the way, that's going to happen. It's going in that direction, and they can't stop it. People don't want their country run by a foreign power. And I think that it's snowballing very, very, very fast.
That Mahmoud Khalil is removable under the Secretary of State Marco Rubio's assertion that his continued presence and his actions in the United States actually...
By the way, he was initially supportive of deporting Mahmoud Khalil. So, again, I guess he's flipping on that right there. Oh, before Asmongold supported Trump violating the First Amendment to punish critics of Israel. Yeah, again, he's just full of shit. Like, he's a grifter, 1000 fucking percent. Like, he doesn't believe in any of this stuff. Again, the only reason why he's doing this is because it is now efficacious for him to go further along the sort of pipeline now.
Actually compromise foreign policy and political priorities. That's very stunning because that is actually the only thing that she ruled on today. She did not rule on the other allegations that were raised by...
Man, look at this little fucking goddamn chat saying how much they approve of Mahmoud Khalil getting fucking arrested here illegally by ICE. That's a little fucking interesting. I thought we had principled stances against people who were critics of Israel. Very, very cool, Asmongold.
DHS that he allegedly misrepresented information on his green card application.
None of that matters. It doesn't have to matter. Like, they can just deport him for whatever reason they want. That's what the rules say. I said this at the beginning. Everybody's getting mad at me for saying this, but like, it's a fucking fact. Yeah, that's what the rules say. That's fucked up though. No, it's not.
What I do is revoke visa.
I mean, it is because again, like, they get sued and they lose the lawsuit and then they have to stop the deportation. The problem is that they were still trying to do the deportation despite the fact that the judge said, like, no, he did nothing wrong. Cope about it.
visas. And it's very simple. A visa is not a right, it is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study.
That's right.
Get the fuck out, bro. Get them the fuck out. This is what I voted for.
It's crazy that left-wing people have gotten flanked so bad that this is now a position that they have to fight against.
Is that what Ms. Ostrog did?
Mahmoud Khalil had all of his charges dropped against him, and the administration currently is trying to come up with any excuse possible to basically deport Mahmoud Khalil again. So, oopsie, doopsie.
We're not going to give you that. What you did,
Look how mad he is. I think he hit his enraged face.
And you do that, Mr. Secretary. And every single one of these cases, the factors are different. The bottom line is, if you're here to stir up trouble on our campus.
He's mad because the Secretary of State is trying to justify an illegal deportation, Asmongold, that violates the First Amendment.
We will deny you a visa. And if you have a First Amendment right, we will revoke the United States. And we're going to do more.
It shouldn't. If I could go back in time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all. For protest, what makes a protest unlawful? The refusal to disperse when the police tell you to disperse. And the, like, restricting access and freedom of movement in a public place. Impeding travel, yeah. It's very simple.
Things that were not happening during the Columbia fucking protests. Those were claims that were being made by Zionist agitators in order to prompt the police to break up the protest for them. All that was generally happening were peaceful fucking goddamn drum circles with a bunch of kids fucking smoking weed. Yeah, that's what was going on during those fucking protests. Does Asmongold know any of that? No, because at that time he was just sucking off the administration. Because, again, for Asmongold, he only cares about one thing and one thing only: audience capture and retention. He will do everything possible in order to capture certain fucking audiences. At that point in time, he was going down the alt-right pipeline and becoming a white nationalist, and as a result, it was all about getting to the appeal of the stupid, like, conservative, MAGA fucking dipshit losers. All the young conservatives, generally speaking. But now, because of the Epstein file bungling, he is now looking to distance himself from Trump and is now going to look to probably more conspiratorially criticize Israel. You know, all the stuff I've been mentioning before.
It's so simple. Roadblocks and the scope of the protest is big. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like this is like a national event.
Defend Serbian protesters who block traffic. Incredible.
Yeah, this is a national event. It's a really big fucking deal. And so, like, I think this transcends like a small protest or whatever. I mean, this is a direct protest against the government. And also, like, I'm sure that, I mean, and also this is mainly at night, right? I mean,
man, but if it's a protest for the government that I like, then therefore it's a good thing. Does he not understand that Serbia has an incredibly right-wing fucking government? And that more than likely these are Serbian hyper, like, ultra-nationalists who are looking for the government to crack further down on migration, if I were to take a guess. Does he know any of this stuff? Probably not.
And you're looking at a lot of this at night, so it's probably not so many people driving around. Like, obviously it's not good to block traffic, but I feel like that's not really, like, the entire city, the entire country is being shut down, right?
Man, who the fuck cares about any of that shit? I mean, of course, like, the only reason, again, Asmongold does any of this stuff whatsoever is because for him, it's about one thing and one thing only: audience capture and retention. The vibe has now shifted from Donald Trump to now wanting to be more conspiratorial against Israel or Jewish people, generally speaking. Nick Fuentes is currently a rising force. He's becoming more mainstream. I was going to say again, but not really. He's never really been mainstream. And Asmongold wants a piece of that fucking goddamn pie. He wants in on the sort of mainstreaming effect that Nick Fuentes is essentially forcing upon the American people. And so he's now going to start to shit on Trump more as a result because of his bungling of the Epstein files, and also look to be more America first and begin the more sort of conspiratorial anti-Semitic fucking criticisms. Again, like I said before, this was inevitable. This was inevitably going to fucking happen. There was no other way for Asmongold to sort of pivot from any sort of other ideological sort of place. If he goes back to trying to be a centrist, that's not going to work. All the clips are out there, all the videos are out there. It's going to fail miserably. But if he tries to go further down the pipeline, that's all he can really do in order to sort of, well, basically try to appeal to more people. But it's an isolating factor. A lot more people who may be sort of more moderate, I guess, within Asmongold's audience are probably going to leave him as a result, because they're not interested in a lot of the anti-Semitic fucking conspiracism that Asmongold's going to eventually start parroting from people like Nick Fuentes. So yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides this was inevitable for someone like Asmongold, him starting to shit on Trump more and potentially trying to go further down the sort of quote-unquote America First anti-Semitic pipeline that has essentially been established by Nick fucking Fuentes. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. Getting attacked by the phlegm demons at the moment. Lots of clearing of throat, god damn it. Oh, man. I'm dying. Valkyrie plans on never starting a family, probably never having kids, and I'm probably going to play video games for the rest of my life, be as hot for as long as I can, and keep making money. Okay. That's going to make a lot of very normal people not very annoying. Yes, I do know about the Pokemon Stadium Beach Drill GIF. That's been a GIF, an animation for 3D Pokemon games ever since, well, Pokemon Stadium. The exact same thing. The exact same animation also happens in XD Gale of Darkness. I mean, I got a like from H Bomber guy sharing a meme about Mega Beatrill, so I already knew. I've always known. Alright. It is almost Crimbus, huh? It's almost Crimbus. Fucking Trump's doing the 51st state rhetoric fucking bullshit again.
I would love to see Canada be the 51st state, the Canadian citizens, if that happened. They'd have much better health coverage.
Stay the fuck away from us. Freak. We don't want your dog shit fucking healthcare. You literally just cut it with the one big beautiful bill, but whatever. Let's get started with the big stuff of today. The big news. Oh boy, this current drop of the Epstein files is some real juicy stuff. FBI records that detail claim of horrific abuse by Trump, Epstein, and others against a minor. Damn. Like, what are we talking about? Again, just trying to find out the NYPD detective on FBI sex trafficking task force that called me a couple of weeks ago and spoke to me about some of these issues. I believe so. This is an email being given to a informant within the FBI, probably by the NYPD, for someone reporting Trump of doing some sexual fucking misconduct. Oops. He participated regularly in paying money to force me to blank, with probably something with rape, with him, and he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the... What the fuck is this? What? Wait. Okay. Participated regularly in paying money to force me to blank. I assume, is this Trump? Witness information, first name Donald, last name Trump. Okay. He was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child. Oh, so is this like someone who, like Trump witnessed someone fucking do some really weird fucking abuse of their fucking goddamn family member? That's great. Fantastic to see. Another fucking goddamn Epstein associate. Very, very fucking cool. Now, well, here's another thing. From our good old pal, Brian Krasenstein. I'm being a little facetious when I say that. Dataset 8 of the Epstein file showed that a victim stated that Trump and Epstein raped her, and that a limo driver heard Trump in the back speaking to Jeffrey about abusing girls. Victim then committed suicide in January of 2000. That's very sad. After reporting the incident, police didn't believe it was suicide. Blank asked Blank about his time driving limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During Blank as a time as a driver, he met Donald Trump. Blank noted he picked up the president in 1995. I'm assuming that this is going to be the driver. Took him to the DFW airport. Reported some of the things President Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone, was very concerning. Reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on a median, and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, as caller chose not to. Blank noted that Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone, talking about Jeffrey Epstein more than likely, and made references to abusing some girl. Okay, that's a little... I wonder why he's talking on the phone about abusing some girl with Jeffrey Epstein. Nah, it couldn't be anything suspicious whatsoever. Not at all whatsoever. Blank was unsure who was talking to, nor who he was referencing. As Blank talked about his time meeting Donald Trump, Blank immediately, Blank demeanor went from stone cold as Blank stated, so that's the victim more than likely, if I were to take a guess, stated he raped me. Blank said what, as Blank replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Uh-oh. So I'm guessing the girl who got raped by both Epstein and Trump here, allegedly, probably not allegedly, was telling the fucking limousine driver what was going on. That's a little fucking wild. Of course, we're not going to know the full story because unfortunately the girl committed suicide. Very, very sad to hear that. And should we really be surprised whatsoever that this is shit that's fucking happening? By the way, this is some stuff that I don't think was intended for the DOJ to be releasing as well, because again, directly implicating of Trump. So, whoopsie. Because we all know, and we're going to get to some of the rather sloppiness from the current administration in terms of all this, because they have been getting real fucking sloppy in terms of the releases of their of the files. And I mean, this is like about as smoking gun as it fucking gets right now. This is not really great here for the president. They are saying that the walls may be closing in on him. Blank noted some girl with a funny name took me to a fancy hotel or a building. That's how it happened. More than likely, if I were to take a guess, that's Shirlane Maxwell. Blank advised Blank to call the police regarding the incident, as Blank stated that I can't, they will kill me. On Christmas Day, Blank contacted Blank and stated she had in fact called the police about what they had talked about. Blank told Blank she had done good. Blank did not hear from Blank or Blank until January 1st in 2000. Assuming probably committed suicide relatively soon after, because she committed suicide in January, or committed suicide. More than likely had a hit on her, if I were to take a guess, for snitching the police. Blank reached out to Blank stating Blank was dead and noted she was found with her hand blown off in Kefir, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and Blank stated there was no way it was a suicide. Coroner stated it was a suicide. Blank later stated Blank committed suicide because Blank had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel. Blank feels the murder is a cover for Ghislaine Maxwell. For Ghislaine? For Ghislaine. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if I were to take a bet, she's narked, right? At the sort of advice of the driver. The driver said, like, you should probably talk with the police about this. She narked rather. She wasn't able to be protected, and more than likely, Ghislaine Maxwell put out a fucking hit to her. But here's another thing. So this is now another email talking about specifically how there were 10 differing, quote, conspirators that worked alongside with Jeffrey Epstein, because, of course, like, we're talking about the biggest sex trafficking pedophile ring in the 21st century. There's no way it was just Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. However, our favorite Kash Patel said this under oath. He said that there was absolutely no co-conspirators with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So wait, which is it then at this point? Well, that's a little fucking interesting. So you're telling me that the guy who said that he's going to release out all the detail, all the news, and everything that he knows on fucking Jeffrey Epstein lied the whole time? Shocker. And this is why you don't have an incredibly incompetent fucking grifting podcast host to be head of the fucking FBI. Because again, the only reason why he was there is because he's a stooge to the president.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again.
Of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and given grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York, and 1 in Connecticut were located and served. Yikes. Alright, turns out there was actually 10 of them. Gosh, Patel.
Again, it's limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Who, if...
Well, apparently that was a fucking lie. That's crazy. You're telling me that not Jeffrey Epstein, but Kash Patel is lying in order to fucking protect the president from being further implicated and making himself look significantly worse. I'm going to reiterate this. This only just makes the administration look way worse. The walls are closing in on Donald Trump. Like, sorry, kitten, getting implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files. Sorry, I can't talk right now. The walls are closing in. I'm going to probably go to jail for potentially being a fucking goddamn pedophile. And here, another thing, just highlight the sort of general fucking buffoonery of this administration, and just how poor of a job they're doing in terms of because they were not going to release any of this stuff initially whatsoever. They did not want to release any of this stuff. The political pressure on them got way too fucking hot, and then they decided to start releasing and redacting and doing the work in terms of the redactions necessary for this sort of cover up that they're trying to do, because the political pressure is getting too much. Like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie has said themselves that because they were not following the spirit of the law, and that is not following the law at all, that they were going to seek articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi and also do grand letters of contempt, right? Basically asking for, let's be honest here, basically asking for Pam Bondi to step aside and be like, you're not capable of doing the job. You're just covering up the president for the Epstein files, when we literally pass a law saying that the president, the DOJ, has to fucking release the fucking Epstein files. Keep in mind, this is something that could have been done like forever ago by the administration. So they could have done this whenever, but they were trying so desperately to fucking cover up for this shit, and it was such a miserable fucking failure that they were forced to have to release this stuff. And they were given a month to do that, and they said, like, maybe we can just, like, sweep this under the rug and no one's really gonna give much of a shit about this. That didn't work either, and then they decided to do such a fucking desperate hatchet job to go with these fucking redactions. They did the lazy redaction on like fucking Adobe PDF file reader, and made it such that you can now highlight some of the stuff under the fucking redactions to see the exact words that are under them. This is such a fucking, like, not only is it implicating Trump, it's made a lot of the releases of the files are looking worse and worse and worse and worse. It's basically making it like he's doing such a terrible job, even in some of the implementations of some of the stuff, that he may further sort of potentially implicate himself further in potential legal problems as a result of all this. It's so fucking funny. But yeah, you can unironically highlight the words that are under the black bars and see what they say. This is not an effective fucking redaction. Very, very funny, dude. Very, very... It's a complete fucking shit show. Complete fucking hatchet job. And of course, this is probably the biggest sort of drop here specifically. Now, this was a letter that was known for a long time that Jeffrey Epstein sent to Larry Nassar. Now, for those who may not know, Larry Nassar is also another one of the arch fucking pedophiles of the United States of America. You know, Simone Biles doing her whole fucking testimony, that famous fucking testimony against Larry Nassar. Yeah, it's that guy. He also diddled a bunch of fucking goddamn kids as well. Now, we're gonna get to the Department of Justice, because the Department of Justice has been trying to do defense for the administration for, I think, the entirety of the day when it comes to any of these fucking posts. Like, they are desperate, and it's all the exact same thing. The FBI has confirmed that the alleged letter from Jeffrey Epstein and Larry Nassar is fake, and, you know, they're gonna puff a bunch of fucking copium about that. They're just lying. This letter has been known about for years. It's just the details of it have not been known, like what was written in the letter. And now that has all been released. They're replying to, like, literally everyone. Like, even the fucking pop base of all fucking people they're replying to. TMZ, a bunch of different outlets, Midas Touch. Like, this is a complete fucking disaster. But here, why don't we take a look between pedophile to pedophile communication. Dear Larry Nassar, you know by now I have taken the short route home. Good luck. I'm assuming that's probably in reference to him getting caught out, because this was the last letter that Jeffrey Epstein ever wrote to anybody before getting, well, killed in his fucking cell during 2019. We shared one thing: our love and caring for young ladies, and the hope they'd reach their full potential. Don't ever fucking say that. Their full fucking potential. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you totally care about the full potential of young fucking ladies. Fucking weird, man. Our president, rather, also shares our love of yours, I think. Nubile girls. Wait, what? Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. The fuck does the term nubile mean? What does that mean? Are we doing this, really? Thank you, fucking stupid fuck ass. Why is this in fucking French? Equivalent of nymph, basically, but here. Of marriageable condition or age, nubile young women, sexually attractive, usually of a young woman, a nubile starlet. So basically, if he's saying the term nymph instead, for now, basically what like a nympho is in this particular instance is a very horny, promiscuous fucking girl. This is Don't fucking use that goddamn term. It's very fucking weird of him to fucking say this shit. But again, you know, Jeffrey Epstein has always been a bit of a creep. Keep in mind, again, he's talking with Larry Nassar, the dude who is also an arch pedophile who has a scandal of abusing a bunch of gymnasts, Olympic gymnasts for the United States of America. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch. Okay, well, grab him by the pussy. Nice meme. Whereas we ended up snatching grab in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. You're Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, Jeffrey Epstein is complaining to Larry Nassar, of all people, that they're the ones who are serving in the slammer, and that the President of the United States is the one who got away with it. Dude, that's so fucking funny. If you don't come away with this thinking anything else besides the President of the United States is probably a fucking pedophile, you are a delusional fucking moron, dude. Jeffrey Epstein is complaining to the other arch pedophile of the United States of America in the 21st century, Larry Nassar, about the fact that they got caught and that the president didn't. That is fucking incredible. Well, you know, pedophiles of a feather always flock together. Now, you know what they say. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Genuinely incredible. Wow. What a fucking drop of fucking files, bro. This is really bad. Besides the complete buffoonery around all of this, with how bungled the release of all this has been for the Trump administration, and them just coping about this fucking letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar. Again, we've known about this for a while. It's just the contents of it, we had no idea what was in it. And all of the other stuff where there are people saying that, yeah, Trump and Jeffrey Epstein fucking raped me. I need to talk with the police about this. And then subsequently committing suicide after all that. Yeah, committing suicide. I totally believe that Ghislaine Maxwell would sort of prompt this girl to commit fucking suicide in the 2000s. Yeah. I totally fucking believe that. The walls are fucking closing in, baby. The walls are closing in. Dude, this shit with fucking Jeffrey Epstein and Larry Nassar. And you know, by the way, that it's really bad when Bill fucking Clinton's office is also demanding now for full fucking transparency with the Epstein files. Because I know all these stupid fucking conservatives are going to come up with the excuse of saying that, why didn't Joe Biden and Merrick Garland release any of this stuff during their fucking during their time? What, they were also just trying to cover up for Bill Clinton? We have no idea if that's the case. This was something that was not, broadly speaking, discussed during the Democratic primary. No one was really giving much of a shit at all about the Epstein files, besides like conspiratorial sort of nutters within the Republican Party. So they didn't fucking talk about this. It's just now it's been pushed to the sort of prominent national stage, basically by the President of the United States that's currently in power. He's the one who decided to sow this seed, and now he is reaping the fucking consequences of it. Like, he just shot himself in the foot here for no reason. Now, do I think that Merrick Garland basically should have used the Epstein files and throw that kitchen sink against Donald Trump? Abso-fucking-lutely. Are they cowards for not doing that? Abso-fucking-lutely. But again, the excuse that Trump supporters are typically saying this is because they're doing this to protect Bill Clinton. I don't think they gave much of a flying fuck about Bill Clinton. I just think that basically Joe Biden didn't give much of a shit at all about the Epstein files and would prefer to fucking move on to any other stuff. Because again, like, Joe Biden had nothing to do with the Epstein files because he was too poor. Unironically, he was just too poor to, I don't know, hang out in the pedophile billionaire boys club. Like, unironically. So, good job, Joe Biden, for being too poor to hang out with the arch pedophiles of our time. So, good job, Joe, I guess. Scranton Joe. But yeah, if they bring up any excuses with like Bill Clinton or why the Democrats didn't release this, it's a pure deflection to cope about the fact that Trump is definitely in the fucking files, and he's being further and further implicated for his actions that he probably did with fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Guys, sorry, kitten. Dad's probably a pedophile, and the fucking goddamn walls are fucking closed again. So I need to get the fuck out of here. That's what Donald Trump is currently thinking in his mind right now. But damn, what a fucking drop of files here. And trust me, like, it's only getting worse and worse and worse for our big boy here, our favorite little orange man, our favorite baby man, Donald Trump, where the walls are closing in and everything is looking significantly worse and worse and worse for him as time goes on when it comes to all of these different drops with the Epstein files. Because let's be honest here, he definitely fucking did that shit. He 1000% fucking did that shit. And it's just making him look worse by the fucking day. The walls are closing in, and Donald Trump is more than likely a fucking goddamn pedophile. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, it might be a Jover for the President of the United States of America. He definitely fucking did that shit, and he's definitely a fucking pedophile, dude. Boy Meets Mini, I think your president's a pedophile. I don't know what else to say besides I think he diddled some kids. I think he raped some children. I'm doing a live interview with Brahmanite Mini. What do you think of this revelation that your president is more than likely a pedophile? Your comment? Can I get your reaction to this, Boy Meets Mini? Or Alex Royfoss? No, Mark Carney shook his hand. Ah, not the pedophile hand. Which spreads like a disease or something. Ah, shucks. International, autistic banker Mark Carney shook pedophile hand on Donald Trump. So therefore, well, he's cooked now. It's over. Oh, also, I guess, for real quick, just for you, Boy Meets Mini. We're pretty much done with this planet. And we are now done with this planet. We now have jamming radars. Which my assumption is they probably take away from the pollution. We have now established our battlefield packet harvesting operation where it's just like, well, forehead, just get lucky, forehead. Dude, just get lucky, forehead, and that's really about it. Oh, yeah, and obviously everything is surrounded by guns. Very necessary that everything is surrounded by guns. In case anything spawns in, it gets instantaneously annihilated. And yes, we now have science. And a bunch of other stuff. Really, the only thing left that I wanted to do here is to make some flying robot parts. make a quick thing for combat roboports. Yeah, they're still researching a bunch of stuff, but whatever. Well, that's fun, I guess. I can't believe that Alex Royfoss is trying to post cringe on the internet. Typical Alex Royfoss. We need to kick at least 7 different espers in order to stop Alex Royfoss's fucking cringe. Typical Royvossian sort of cringeness being always outlined here. Typical. Yeah, that's that planet done. We are pretty much done with Castra now. It'll be time to go to a new planet.
New planet's next. We're going to a new one. New planet. New planet.
Anyway, let's get started with this stuff. I guess Trump is now trying to do another takeover of Greenland for some fucking reason, despite the fact that no one in Greenland or Denmark wants the Trump administration to occupy the country for whatever reason. It's the exact same sort of excuse. They want it for national security. It's actually for minerals and also for trade routes because of global warming, but I digress. Which I find very strange because, again, I know that JD Vance also went up to Greenland again to give another sort of interview on the U.S. base that is currently on Greenland. I wonder if Denmark is going to demand for the U.S. to leave that base because they don't feel like it is safe for their national security to have that base in there, because there's a current president in power who's, again, going off on another old man sort of grandpa rant about like stupid bullshit that he thinks about fucking Greenland. By the way, he also just recently brought up all the 51st state fucking nonsense all over again, so I guess he's playing the hits from earlier this year to bring back the classics all around because people must have forgotten about them. Yeah, dude, because people are definitely going to be a big fan of you trying to annex those countries yet again. For what exactly? I don't fucking know. Your belligerent, idiotic fucking trade policy and the fact that everyone fucking hates your goddamn guts. Again, Denmark is a NATO country. You currently have a base on Greenland. You already have everything that you could possibly want in order to be able to operate within Greenland to ensure its national fucking security, to help with the Danish in terms of apparently Chinese incursions now, because it used to be Russian incursions, and now it's also Chinese ships are there. Again, how the fuck are Chinese ships going to get from the South China Sea, where they're operating, all the way over to Greenland? How are, like, logistically speaking, how are they going to do that? What, are they all going to go through the Panama Canal? That's not going to be suspicious at all whatsoever, and not going to be caught out immediately by U.S. intelligence, where they're just like, so what's with all these Chinese ships going through the Panama Canal? That's a little weird. Why are you guys doing that? That's suspicious. Which is very, very fucking stupid. It's always been a fucking excuse, saying that there's a bunch of Chinese and Russian ships around Greenland. Like, it's just nonsense. And it's always been a lie being conjured up by the president in order to justify, like, some strange sort of occupation of the country that nobody fucking wants. I guess he's just playing all the hits again.
Thank you, sir. You've named Governor Landry to be new special envoy to Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you, what do you see that role?
By the way, that really also pissed off the Danish, because, again, it's the Danish who are supposed to appoint special fucking envoys to Greenland, to their fucking territories, not the United States of America. That's another reason for as to why the Danish are particularly fucking annoyed.
Entailing, and is it still your intention that
Well,
Greenland
he called
become
me,
part
and
of the
you know,
U.S.?
he viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, "I'm governor of Louisiana," and he said, "I would love." I didn't call him; he called me. He's very proactive.
Wait. Does Trump think he's gonna buy Greenland off of Denmark or something? I didn't know that Denmark was I don't know, putting up Greenland for sale. I had no idea. Why are we comparing this to the Louisiana Purchase? What, because your dumbass special envoy just happens to be the fucking governor of Louisiana? Jesus, it's just stupid old man fucking rambling.
He's a great guy. He's a deal guy. He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population. And I don't know, they say Denmark, but Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection. If they say that Denmark was there.
Because who's trying to invade Greenland right now? Nobody's trying to invade Greenland. There's no ships there. Why spend money on something frivolously for no reason? It's stupid, man. It's stupid.
300 years ago or something with a boat. Well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure.
That's just a historical inaccuracy. No. The Danish established colonies within Greenland much earlier than that. About, like, what was it? I was going to say 400 years ago. No, but there was, like, Viking explorers that went to Greenland, like, in the early 800s, around there, something like that. And that would have been a bunch of fucking Danish people who, well, before they became the Kingdom of Denmark, of course, it would have been a bunch of Vikings who went there to explore and establish colonies in the area. The United States didn't even exist as a country at that point. And even 300 years ago, there was no U.S. activity within Greenland. The first time when there was bases and a military presence being established on Greenland was during World War II because of operations of Nazi U-boats in the area, and the Americans wanted to use, and the British as well, wanted to use Greenland as a way to help track the actions of U-boats in the area around the Atlantic, you know, to cast a wider net. And, well, whatever exiled sort of like Danish government that used to fucking exist after they got taken over by the fucking Nazis, more than likely fucking helped facilitate that by allowing the British and the United States to establish a base on the fucking territory. And after naturally being folded into NATO, that base was obviously given control by the U.S. or to the U.S. Because they helped to build the actual fucking base. So that became an American base on Greenland to then, you know, track Soviet fucking submarine movements and potential missile movements. Duh. It has nothing to fucking do with, like, the United States exploring there, like, 300 years ago. It's nonsense.
So we'll have to work it all out. But he felt very strongly we need Greenland for national security, not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world.
So much oil, folks.
We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
Yeah, that's just, again, like, what Chinese ships, what Russian ships have they found any evidence to suggest that there are Russian and Chinese ships all over the place? No. Yeah, no, I didn't think so.
We need it for national security. We have to have it. And he wanted to lead the charge. So we're making him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland's a big deal. Yeah.
Nonsensical ramblings and ravings from a old man who was recently implicated in the fucking Epstein files of potentially having sexual relations with fucking minors. Very, very cool, of course. And, you know, just to get a little bit of, I don't know, the special Greenland envoy, Jeff Landry, saying, look, the United States has always been a welcoming party. I don't exactly fucking think so. That's very, very fucking stupid. But what does he have to say here for himself?
I guess my main question to you is, what argument will you make to the Danes who seem to be totally opposed to letting the U.S. come into a territory that they've had autonomous control of going back hundreds of years? What was the case that you'll make to them?
Well, I think our discussion should be with the actual people in Greenland, the Greenlanders. What are they?
Okay, they've already done polling on this, and the Greenlanders have pretty much given unanimous consent to not want to join the United States of America. I think it's like only 6% of them wanted to join America. That's it. And who knows how many of them are actually being genuine with that fucking vote. So again, it's nonsensical. The only reason why Trump is doing this is, again, he probably thinks that there's a lot of fucking resources to exploit within fucking Greenland, and he also wants the ability to have control over new trade routes that are established when the fucking ice starts to melt more because of, well, the global warming that he's not doing anything about. So, again, the only reason why this dude has even been fucking appointed to do any of this is because of the Louisiana Purchase, and he's the current governor of Louisiana, so he thinks that, like, first off, it was not the governor of Louisiana that allowed Louisiana to be purchased. That was the French, because the French needed money to fight wars against Britain. That's why Napoleon ended up selling Louisiana to the fucking goddamn United States of America, because he wanted money to fight wars in Europe. Stupid. It's just, it's so astronomically stupid in every single respect that I, like, to approach this from any other way besides, why are you doing this? NATO and Greenland are already a part of NATO. are Denmark and Greenland rather are already a part of NATO. So, and you have a base there already. Why are you doing this? Besides, I don't know, like just stupid, like old man sort of delusions of wanting to secure a legacy for himself by expanding U.S. territory. That's really, really about it. Denmark, Greenland, and Canada need to start pushing the U.S. out of NATO. But it's probably not. That's not going to fucking happen.
Looking for? What opportunities have they not gotten? Why haven't they gotten the protection that they actually deserve? Look, the United
Because again, there's no Russian or Chinese ships prowling around the fucking coastline of Greenland. It's just not happening. There's no evidence. Everyone, like, if that was actually fucking happening, that somehow the Chinese Navy from the South China Sea was, like, all of a sudden prowling around the fucking Arctic, everyone would fucking know about that and be like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is the Chinese going around here with their fucking vessels around? First off, we would fucking detect them because, again, they would have to be going relatively close to Canadian fucking territory in order to be able to do that. And the only other way they would get to fucking Greenland is, again, like I said, through the Panama Canal. And everyone would just be like, so what's with all these Chinese naval vessels going through the Panama Canal? That's a little fucking suspicious. They would not be able to be sneaky about that. Everyone would know what the fuck is going on. They would not be able to be very, very quiet about any of that. It's again, the only reason why he's saying any of this stuff is he's trying to play the old hits that people have seemingly forgotten to, I don't know, distract people from the fact that his dumbass is in the fucking Epstein files.
The United States has always been a welcoming party. We don't go in there trying to
a lot of Latin American countries would like to say otherwise.
conquer anybody, trying to, take over anybody's country.
Iraq and Afghanistan would like to say otherwise.
We say, listen, we represent liberty. We represent economic strength. We represent protection.
There's a current affordability crisis. The job market's terrible within the United States of America. Unemployment's gone up to 4.6%, which is the same as around during the time of COVID. Do you guys really represent economic strength? I don't really think so.
Look, no one knows that better than Louisiana.
Also, yeah, do you guys represent protection? Do you guys actually represent protection? Given all the fuck shit that you're trying to curl right now with the Russians and the Ukrainians, I don't think a lot of Europeans seemingly agree with the fact that the United States represents protection, unless it's within the active interests of the President of the fucking United States of America, considering all of the rearmaments that every single European nation is trying to engage with right now because of the unreliability of the United States of America. Well, yeah, you're 1000%, Alex. Like, it's mobster protection. It's like, you do a little something for me, I do a little something for you kind of a thing. It's not actual protection. It's fucking LARP shit. Because, again, Donald Trump thinks that he can just, like, bully his way out of a paper bag, when in reality, when it comes to situations like negotiating with other countries and other powers in a region, you need to engage in something called subtlety, something that the president is not very good at.
My family has been in Louisiana for over 300 years. We've lived under more flags than anyone living in the continental United States over the history of America.
I think I understand now why Donald Trump chose this fucking moron, because he's an idiot. Yeah, dude, you living in Louisiana for 300 years makes you perfect to try to, I don't know, annex Louisiana for the United States of America or something, because the president thinks that Americans were in Greenland 300 years. It's just trying to even, like, logically, like, think about this for 3 seconds just makes you want to be like, okay, no, it's all stupid and dumb. It's ridiculous.
We ended up settling under the United States of America's flag, and for that, Louisiana has been so much better. The country has been so much better. But again, that's a discussion for us to have with the Greenland.
Dude, even like listening to this guy speak, he's just like the brain leaking fucking moron. Jesus Christ, dude. But this is from the premier of Greenland. Wonder what he says, or they say. Dear fellow citizens, once again, we have woken up to a new statement from the American president, who has now appointed a special envoy to Greenland. It may sound significant, but it does not change anything for us here at home. Oof. Damn. Already immediately rebuking the idiot envoy that Trump is putting in place. Again, like, because he claims that he's lived in Louisiana for 300 years and been a part of the Louisiana Purchase. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. It's dumb, but it plays perfectly to the dumb idiot president that's currently in power. We decide our own future. Greenland is our country. We have our own democracy, our own decisions, and a strong community that stands firm. Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and territorial integrity must be respected. Again, the polling that has been run on this essentially said that it is a 94-6 issue. Yeah, Greenland does not want to be a part of the United States of America. There's just, like, again, like, cope and fucking seethe. Donald Trump, like, okay, bro, nice meme. We are happy to cooperate with other countries, including the United States, but this must always be done with respect for others and for our values and wishes. There is no reason for concern. We stand together and we stand firm, take care of one another as we approach Christmas. I don't know, couldn't really have said it better myself, their premier of fucking Greenland. But yeah, this is just stupid. I don't know, like, Trump's trying to play some of the fucking greatest hits again because, again, he is floundering in terms of approval rating. The Epstein files are, well, basically saying that, yeah, he's probably a fucking pedophile, and he's basically trying to distract people as much as possible by playing some of the oldest fucking hits that he had before with fucking Greenland again, and also bring up like, hey guys, remember 51st state talk? I remember the 51st state stuff. Remember 51st state, Canada. It's like, dog, it's not gonna fucking work. All of your vice signaling and attempted distractions are not going to distract people from the fact that you're dumbasses in the Epstein files, and you probably diddled some fucking goddamn kids alongside Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Again, cope and fucking seethe about it. President Donald Trump, you fucking weirdo. All of your attempts to want to do, like, weirdo fucking mobster signaling about other countries is not going to work out in the way that you think it's going to work out. It's so fucking stupid. It's a pathetic attempt to try to look powerful when in reality it's making them look incredibly fucking petulant and weak. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. What the fuck are we rating out to today? Why don't we raid out today to Riverboat Jack? Why not? Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer at the .Horiba if you're a sub. If you're not sub, you do wow with the .Horiba. I would show appreciation. Those are into case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, of course. Quick reminder, 25th and the 26th there will be no stream, and also the 31st no stream because of holidays, obviously, and maybe on the 30th as well. We'll see exactly what happens with all the moving and everything. Blah 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 blah. We'll see. We'll get to there when we get to there. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be probably time to start new planet in Factorio. Yay, new planet. How exciting that we're going to be starting a new fucking goddamn planet. Very, very cool. Very, very good. yeah, so gonna be starting that relatively soon. It's going to obviously be Christmas, so no stream, obviously, the 25th, 26th, and 31st. And yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides, you know what to do, you know what to say. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.